Yo, we're live! Hello everybody! It's the 12th of November and I just realized that I don't have music on. Let's start with Bach's Cello Suite number 8 because I do like that. Okay, there we have it. I think that should work pretty well. And then I'm just gonna input this here message. And it looks like we're off. All right. And okay, today the message doesn't want to show up on screen. It is what it is. It is the 12th of November, and I think today, well, I know today, look at how close we are to the midway point. Someone just knocked something over and rocked my whole apartment. Look how close we are to midway point. We're like a page away. I know, that's wild. It's 12 days in. We're 3 days ahead. We might even be able to do 4 days ahead today, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So if we go one page further, there is marker 15, and right the line beneath is our halfway point once we have made that line. And when we have that, I do reserve the right to stop the stream a little bit, let's stop it and just record a little bit of a short form video, because I think that is something that needs to be documented. Now, of course, you're probably wondering, why is the halfway point a line further than day 15 marker? And I've been racking my brain about that too, but it is simply because I'm using average of how many words I can have on each page and each line. So it checks out anyway. So both of them might be a little bit off, that's why. But you know, it's all good. It's all good. Once we get there, it's going to be great. And then, you know, 5 pages further down the road, there is, on the middle of this page, is the day 16 marker. So why don't we just jump straight in? I think everything should be ready. Our goal for today is to reach 20,000 words, but of course we have already written 24,628 words. We started yesterday. Oh my gosh, we started on the bottom of page 65. Well, we didn't start there, but we started chapter 7, which is where, if we just go to our plot overview, which is where we're going to meet the mentor. Yes. And that's going to be great. And the mentor, of course, being Renaith, the hero, one of the heroes, one of the champions of the battle for the dying light. Sorry, I basically just like a couple of hours ago come back from a run, so I might be a little bit on the loopy side. I don't know, maybe. It was a great run, but you know. Anyway, we spent apparently 3 pages describing Vespa and Lemon as they tried to pull themselves together and go down into the catacombs. Let's have a little read, shall we? Using the Master Sword of Counting. We will sheath it as to not poke out my own eye. Yes, let's read. Indeed, Lemon of the Golden Wing, which is Lemon's new-ish new title that Vesper in her imagination uses. Vesper started to narrate. She did a last tug. She did a last tug on the rope, maybe as a little bit of a stall. It is time for us to descend down into the catacombs of the dreadful white and root its evil out, Vesper of the Vigorous Oath proclaimed. She then also made sure that her lantern was fastly attached to light their righteous way. To light their righteous way. Off the edge, the two adventurers went. But Vesper didn't need to take in another deep breath, as she had found all the courage that she was missing. So, without much extra thought, Vesper turned around. Oh yeah, she's saying all of this, of course. Yeah, I was just misreading it. So without much extra thought, Vesper turned around on the edge with Lemon having climbed back on her head, made sure to grab that's no that there. It's not supposed to be a that there. Made sure to grab the secured rope unnecessarily tight and started leaning backwards, one hand on the rope at a time. And then she let off the ledge with a tiny jump of her small legs, firmly clutching the rope, firmly clutching the rope with them as soon as she could. And hello, Mr. Jamie Romson in the chat. It's good to see you. How are we doing today, my good sir? Give me the sword. You know what? A really funny thing. So these, I don't know, I saw it on an Instagram ad and it's like made in China, of course it is. But someone in Britain was arrested like a year back for having this on the street, and he got 6 months in prison for it. Like, it's not sharp or anything, it's just, you know. And it was this exact model. I remember sitting at work and be like, seeing that news on Reddit, and I was like, oh no. I remember this. I think it was a guy called Harry Tanfield. Uh-oh. It's always a Harry Tanfield, isn't it? The Harry Tanfield. Anyway, clutching the rope with them as soon as she could. Climbing had never been Vesper's strong suit, especially not given her size, but she had always been more comfortable with a rope where she wouldn't have to worry about a place to put her hands and legs next. Hands and feet. She was definitely strong enough, though. Definitely strong enough. And when she realized that she could be using the black stone wall to keep herself steady with her feet, the climb down seemed easier and easier as it went on. And on it went. Vesper was starting to get rather nervous that the rope she had brought would maybe not be enough. She was so far down that if she didn't have her lantern attached to her rope, she would have been enveloped in complete darkness by now. Looking up, Vesper couldn't even see the ledge of the small broken staircase anymore. But then again, she hadn't left any source of light up there. She still kept climbing downwards in the hopes of reaching the catacombs any time now. Vesper didn't remember falling this far. Lemon of the Golden Wing, Vesper narrated, with huffs and puffs as she was starting to feel a little tired in her arms and hands, loosening her grip just a bit with each switch of her hands. Oh yeah, said hands here twice, I remember that. She still made sure that she wouldn't fall though. Can you see the end? Can you perceive the dreaded White's haunted catacomb floor? It was as if Lemon understood exactly what Vesper had asked. He gave a whistle as in agreement, and as in agreement with... No, as in agreement, Vesper thought, wow, okay, there's definitely going to need a lot of editing here. And began looking out over the back of a crimson head. I guess as in agreement, Vesper thought. And began looking out over the back of a crimson head. As Lemon was whistling to Vesper, what he saw, or what he didn't see in the darkness below, his claw grip on the crimson locks started to loosen. And as they loosened, Lemon began to slide down Vesper. It went slowly at first, but soon the pace outmatched what Lemon himself could stop. Could stow indeed. What Lemon himself could stop. Could stop with... And we're off! His whistling soon turned to oh no, Smudge City. Turned to screeching. As if Vesper was the one doing something wrong. As if Vesper was the one doing something wrong. If you ever had pets, especially birds, I feel like, then you'll know that. That's, yeah, everything that goes wrong, they blame on you. It's doing something wrong. Something with two T's, no. And let go of him. I don't know why, but I just wanted that sentence to not start on the next line. Soon he fell. Actually, with his claws instead of grip, with his claws. So I kind of want it to be like a little bit dramatic, right? We talked about it yesterday. Vesper is going to try to catch him. She's going to let go. And then let go of the rope, catching him, and then like not falling very far. Like, it's just that she can't see the floor. So that's sort of the idea here. Let go of him. Was there one? Okay. I'm not sure how much I'm feeling it today, if that makes any sense. Right now, I'm feeling tired after my run, and like my creative juices are not really flowing. So we'll see if we can reach day 16 today, our and our 4 days ahead marker that we want to be before the end of that we need to be before the end of November. Vesper realized that he was sliding off. How could she not? How could she not? With all the screeching. All the screeching. And Lemon bashing his wings into her, flapping his wings straight into his face. Oh, I forgot to change this over here. Now there's better lighting. Screeching. And Lemon spreading and flapping his wings. Spreading and flapping. Flappy Bird. Flapping his wings into her head and face. Her head and face. Face repeatedly. I feel like this is like a question. But I think this is a question, so this needs to be... how could she not? Question? Into her head and face repeatedly. Oh yeah, okay. I totally lost my train of thought. That's very soon to do that. But it was too late. It was too late. Without being able to fly still. Oh yeah, by the way, I don't know if you're in chat, probably not right now, but I have trimmed my nails, so there you have it. It's much better now. Without being able to fly still. Lemon's flapping wings. Lemon's flapping wings didn't do anyone. I guess these two paragraphs actually should probably be the same. I'm basically writing the same thing as I just wrote up here. But we're going on to page 69. Oh yeah. Wahoo! So close to halfway there, so close to the halfway point. As he fell from the sky. Fell from Vespa and down towards the darkness. Down towards the darkness. Is that just a one-line paragraph? Two-line paragraph? Two-line paragraph? I feel like that could be lumped together with the previous one. Lemon. Oh my god, this is lemon. These are not A's, this is an M. Vespa yelled out loud. Disregarding. The potential for any of the drowners to hear her. Of the drowners. To hear her. For a chaotic second or two, she desperately tried to catch the yellow bird in the air. Yeah. For a chaotic second or two, she desperately tried to catch the panicking little yellow bird. But between hanging onto the rope, with one hand, between hanging onto the rope with one hand and all the flapping. Of spread out wings and tail feathers. Spread out. I guess outspread, but And tail feathers. It proved to be a difficult venture. It was not easy. Nay. Nay, I think not. Interesting. Yesterday we ended like exactly 1 page away from, you can see that, exactly 1 page away from 15. Isn't that weird? And isn't that strange? And I know, I'm just procrastinating. It felt like success was not a thing. It felt like saving. It felt like saving was well out of reach. Out of reach. That's funny because she is actually physically reaching for him. If you don't find your own text funny, then what are you doing? Like, as a writer, right? Also, was is only one is. The doi. No doi. Felt like saving, it felt like salvation was well out of reach. But somehow and yet somehow and yet somehow and yet somehow Vespa managed to get a hold of Lemon's little body. I don't know if you want to say little all the time, Lemon's body. Another second went by. This one of relief. Before Vesper realized that that her own grip on the rope, was slipping. And with the bird in the other hand, with the bird screeching, bird still screeching. In the other hand, this time saving, this time salvation. This time, salvation was indeed out of reach. No, but something like that. Vesper was unable. Vesper was unable to correct it. You say that? Once again, Vesper and Lemon found themselves. I mean, Lemon doesn't exactly maybe Lemon. I mean, Lemon fell through the vent, right? Down into the catacombs. He didn't fall, like, down the same way. That's sort of what I'm saying here. Oh my god, sorry. But anyway, found himself falling down into the empty shadows. Boom. And she died. Oh, story over. My PC is making a weird noise. It's coil. It's always done that. There's been, what's it called? There's a coil. Is it called coil scream or something coming from the graphics card? And I don't know why. It's just something that happens in like 1 in 1,000 graphics card. Coil whining, yeah. Anyway, it was just really loud for a second. Down into the empty shadows. Vesper couldn't help, but think how she kept letting Affair down. Kept letting Affair down as she lost her grip, and started falling, and she lost her grip and started falling. Why did she never listen? Why did she never listen? Listen to... Why did she never listen to her older sister? Why did she always had to put herself in trouble? Always have to put herself in danger. In danger and trouble. I guess those is better off the other way around. Why, oh why? Did she have to put herself in danger? And now her older sister wasn't there to save. Her older sister wasn't there to save. I don't know if this one is here, but correct use. So normally, right, in my short stories, whenever someone is thinking, I use cursive writing. But since there are going to be, like conversations in the head of Vespa going on. I don't know. I'm just not sure that I want to have her thoughts as much in the story. Thoughts instead. Because if it was direct thoughts, then it would make more sense to like end the word like there, right? Oof. Vesper exclaimed as she landed. On her tailbone. That begs the question. Do we have evolution in this world? Evolution. Because, you know, tailbones are from a remnant from when we were monkeys. Right on the floor. Beneath where she had just been hanging. She had just been hanging. She didn't fall very far. very far at all. She didn't fall very far at all. Fall all. Sounds a bit funny. She didn't fall very far at all. And yet, I don't know. Trouble. The deep black colors of the stone floor had made it confusable. That's not a word, is it? Well, it is a word, but I don't think it's a word, but it's not one to be used here. Indistinguishable from I don't know how to spell that. Indistinguishable. 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 From the empty shadows, the empty. But in blah 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 blah. But it still hurt a little. Still hurt. As she hit the bottom. As she hit the bottom. as she hit the bottom. Hey, Papa is in the chat and the stream. Hello, welcome to you. Papa. I'm just gonna call you Papa from this moment on, I think. Have you read the Malazan series? I have not. I like the name of it though. What's it about and who wrote it? It still hurt as she hit the bottom. Trying to stand up. Luckily, the lantern that had something. The lantern lighting. Lighting their way. From her rope belt. Didn't seem epic fantasy spanning 10 books written by Steven Erikson. I've never heard of Steven Erikson. That's nice though. 10 books, wow. That's pretty cool. That is indeed an epic. Is it any good? Well, I'm guessing that it's good, but since you are asking about it. But no, I sadly haven't read it. I think my next series is going to be like Mistborn or something. I've never read Brandon Sanderson either, and he just seemed like a must-read type of guy in the fantasy sphere like now. Didn't seem to have taken damage from this fall, taking damage from the fall, nor had the candle inside gone out. Had the candle inside gone out. Still, Vespa tried to be as careful as she could. Vespa tried to be as careful as she could when standing up. When standing. When standing up. Oh, look at how close we are to the halfway point. 25,000 words. Yes, I have indeed counted that to mark and celebrate the moment. she also was still handling a rather she was also still handling a rather misfornøjet. What's the word for that? Disgruntled? Rather disgruntled. In her right hand. Something he let her know. He let her know. Let her know. With more screeching, rapid screeching, screeching and biting. Screeching and biting. Also, we're a little bit off pace today, but yeah, I know why. My creative juices are not really flowing yet, so we'll just keep on working through it. Discipline is the name of the game now. Just trying to say growling here. I know that birds don't growl, but it's like... It's not really a... Yeah, it's not really a screech either. It was more like this... Which is apparently might be the start of disturbed with down with the sickness. Actually, that's not too bad of a description. Have a screech / down with a sickness. Oh. I'm sorry. Vespa apologized. And let him go. Lemon remained disgruntled. Vocally disgruntled. Remain vocally disgruntled. As he climbed back up. Vespa's dark red linen suit, dark red linen, not suit, linen tunic, shirt. Vespa's shirt. And onto her shoulder. And he remained there. As Vespa got back up. Vespa got back on her feet. At which point got back on her feet, at which point he began preening his ruffled feathers. Silently. His ruffled feathers All right. His ruffled feathers. Vesper's first instinct. Vesper's first instinct. Instinct. Was to rub, not rob, but rub with a U. Her bruised tailbone. She's gonna say, ow. Dot. This is of course a new paragraph. It's just very badly done. But then she remembered where she had successfully landed, where they had. The catacombs. You know, that would have been so cool if that was the last word of this 25k marker line, and just be like, wow, you know, what a line to end the halfway point with. Well, halfway point of NaNoWriMo, not halfway point of my book, I guess, but like I mentioned yesterday, I think I intend to the story to be longer than 50,000 words. It's probably going to be like 60 or 70, something along those lines. That's what I'm aiming for, which I think is a much better length for a book. But yeah, it also means that we definitely won't finish the book during NaNoWriMo, but I intend to live stream. Maybe not every day, but live stream afterwards as well in December, and keep live streaming. So I'll definitely end the book on stream, I think. I'm not entirely sure if I want to reveal the ending of the book, right? But I guess I already revealed it during the October prep streams. The catacomb. Oh, sorry. Where they had successfully landed. I'm going to do like this. It was with big eyes that she held her lantern as high as she could. It was with big copper eyes. And bated breath. That Vespa. Okay, I don't know if this should be another paragraph, but I'm just gonna comment it that maybe it will be. And bated breath. Vespa held up the lantern as high as the tiny girl possibly could. As high as the little girl. Little girl has, maybe it should just be she. She is probably better. It's probably better to not keep reiterating that she's very small. Like we've sort of, you know, we know basically, right? Could reach okay, here we go. The $25K line, the halfway point of our story. Ooh, yeah. I guess Catacombs is just with a small letter. Because it's not the actual name. Seem to be bigger than what? Okay. Seem to be bigger than what she had expected. And yet the room was largely empty. Okay, I'm just going to record this. Hello. See if I can probably do this. What Vespa had expected, and yet the room was strangely empty. And because we had finished this line, we are now 25K words. We're halfway through our book for NaNoWriMo. Whoop, whoop. And just, I want to go over here. Yes, I am definitely live streaming right now. Hi, Mom. If I can just go over here and into our word count sheet, then we are on day 12, of course, so we are 3 days ahead. I'm going to copy this formula, and we're going to paste it in here. And so I know that that point was 1 page and 1 line in, and that means so far progress today, we still have 4 hours left to stream, is 374 words, and that means 25,003 words out of 50,000. And if we go over to our little, I guess this is a little bit of behind the scene, whoops, shouldn't have done that. We need to go into the studio here, and then we go into the frame, and I'm going to go progress. We're gonna say day 12, word progress. So far, we usually do this at the end of the live stream, but this is a special occasion, of course. So far, and then our progress is 25,003 words, and there we have it. We just go out of studio mode, and see, there we have it. Let's go, we're halfway there for our book. Oh my god, this is so great. I'm so happy right now. And if that isn't going to be a short form video straight up after this, live stream, then I don't know what will. But with that beautiful, beautiful moment, wonderful moment, let's just put these back. 25k words. There we are. Whoops, no. No. 25k words. Oh my god, just do it properly, moron. Okay, that was a little bit of a celebration. Whoop, 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 whoop. We've done it. Well, we've done it halfway, and it is amazing. I'm not going to change the the progress bar and the jewel just yet. You know, it is what it is until the end of the stream. And let's note this down. So about 1 hour in, 1.5 hour in, 25k words. Woohoo! That was awesome. 25k words. And yet the room was strangely empty. Walking. So it actually took us almost 1 hour and 25 minutes, almost 1.5 hours to do 1 page today. That's not a good pace. But then again, there's pretty much no dialogue, which always seems to be really fast. We did try to have a little bit of tension up here as Vespa and Lemon fell. Walking further. Vespa could hardly, I don't know. Vespa could. Oh, went so far. Whoops, the I forgot to move the view. You know what? I'm just gonna still. I'm gonna copy that and paste it then we're just going to minus 50, I guess. Okay. And then I just need to rename this still Tim. No, what? Okay, never mind that. That's it, good. Oops. And that. And we're back. All right. So a little bit of fiddling with the UI of the stream. Right. So. Righto. The light from Vespa. The light from Vespa's lantern. The light from... Oh, no. The light from Vespa's lantern. I guess it would probably make more sense to Catacombs walking further to have this sentence afterwards, but you know, what ifs. Fort back. The shadows. As the familiar, as the I'm not so sure familiar. Like, she only heard it once. It's the sound of the winds howling and the rustling of a brook. Rustling, it's not a word in English. And the babbling of a brook. Word. The familiar sounds of slightly. What was the... It was one look thesaurus, actually. Yes. I need to make sure that one... Oh. Okay. I don't have my bookmarks on this. Slightly, slenderly, slimly, verbs, adjectives, minutely, slightly, little. Insular, no, it's not really. I'm looking for like a way that is like it's low volume of the of howling winds, right? It's not really. I guess we just say of low howling winds. Of low howling winds. Oh no, oops. Oh no, of low howling winds. And a running stream. From somewhere below. From somewhere over the rainbow. Somewhere below. Below the floor. Below the stones. The tiles of the floor. Let's just go floor. I'm a little worried that I keep repeating stony floor, like black stones floor. It would be much nicer if there was more to them, but they are just stones. It was difficult to see where the stones ended. Whoops. Where the stones, no, where the shadows ended. No, where the room ended. Where the room ended. But there was so many more. I want Vesper to go and explore, right? We wanted to go and explore right here. was difficult to see where the room ended. But Vespa's focus was quickly drawn to what seemed like the only actual things. Hey, that was page 69. Oh yes, we are slowly making progress today, but progress nonetheless. And with page 69, which is the sexiest of pages, of course, we're moving on to page 70. Great. Seem like the only objects. Thing sounds so only objects. Thing sounds so, I don't know. We keep saying thing. And noun, object, target, items, things, articles, artifacts, equipment, fragments. Are we really using thing again? The only thing. I guess we are. Better word. Besides a couple of granite stone benches and small tables. Small tables and shelves. And shelves by the walls. By the walls in light. In view, in light, in view. I'm not even sure it's need to be there. In view. With 5. Four, because I want one of them to be destroyed by a cave-in. with 4 statues. Barely raised from the floor. Barely raised from the floor. They each seemed to be placed on a circle chiseled into the stones on a larger circle. That's not how you spell circle. Circle chiseled into the floor, into the with more chiseled lines going between them. Each has statue's platform. Each statue's platform had 4 of these chisel lines, had 4 of these chiseled each going to another statue's platform. Just going to another platform. Going to one of the other. One of the other platforms. Now we did say there were 4 platforms, but with statues. No! With another statue. Vesper noticed that some of the lines went to a fifth platform, but that one had been almost buried. That one had been almost buried underneath black ceiling stones. Large black ceiling stones. Large black ceiling stones. And the dead soil. That also played at the surface. And I'm not sure we're going to say surface word. Morning star. So this is going to be the Devil Ashmodeus says weapon. I just needed to have a look at it so I can better describe it. Between the stones and the soil, the spiky iron ball seemed to be sticking out. But Vesper was in no... but Vesper was in no... how do you say it? In no hurry. Vesper was in no hurry. No hurry to go and investigate it. Though. Mm-hmm. Instead, she walked to the nearest one. Instead, she and Lemon slowly walked to the nearest one. One. On her shoulder, Lemon was done preening. And sat silently in anticipation. Anticipation. In anticipation, maybe in curiosity. No, anticipation is probably fine. Lemon was done preening. Why do I keep forgetting words? He somehow seemed to be both as curious now that there was light, in the catacombs, that there was light in the catacombs. And as apprehensive, I just need to make sure that it's the word apprehension. Yeah, I think that's the word. As apprehensive as Vesper was. So let me just think a little bit. I was just thinking because I think I want them to have titles. The different champions. But I'm of course not quite sure what I want the titles to be. At least we have names. That's the big thing, right? Man, it's really not going as smoothly today as it did yesterday. As apprehensive as Vesper was. This statue looked to be of a tall woman. She was She was beautiful. Oh my god, beautiful. Oh, that was terrible. She was beautiful. Beautiful and slender. Clad in I guess we say carved to be clad in. Carved to be clad in fine armor. With her hands resting on her chest, resting upon her chest, resting upon her chest as if she was holding something, as if she was holding something. But where the item she was supposed to hold, supposed to hold was meant to be. Only a hole through her hands was. I feel like a hole through her hands was left. I feel like this sentence needs to be rewritten. Because, I don't know, that sounds terrible. Rewrite. Vespa would I guess we should mention up here that there was no helmet, fine armor, no helmet. Vespa would have mistaken her for any other woman, any other woman. any other beautiful woman. Beautiful. If it hadn't been for large pointy ears. What looked like very large and pointy ears. Was this an elf? That she had read about. She had read about in Cyaniel's adventures. Maybe it was. Spoiler alert, it was. It was Kili Ciel, the champion. As Vesper ran her fingers along the statue and platform, maybe we should say something that they are lying down, they're not standing. The platforms. It is of course these tombs. Floor tomb. It's like one of these, right? Her fingers noticed. Much smaller. Carvings. It was a mix of what looked be small drawings. In succession, like letters. Some even seem to be repeating themselves. Some even seemed to be repeating themselves. Some even seem to be repeating themselves. And actual letters and words that she could recognize. I guess we haven't mentioned that Vesper is supposed to have this eerie feeling, but it's, I guess we mention earlier in the chapter that it's not as bad as it was. I was just counting how far we'd come. She could recognize. Bringing the lantern closer. Vesper leaned down. Vesper leaned down to read. What the carving said. The carvings. Lemon mirrored her actions. Mirrored her action. Actions. I don't know. He also leaned. That's what I wanted to say. Lean. He's like, is that something? Lemon mirrored her actions from her shoulder. Grabbing it tight this time. Grabbing. The linen tight with his claws. With his claws as he stretched down. Claws as he stretched down. Stretched. Down. With Vespa. That was a pretty long sentence as well, wasn't it? No. A little under 2 lines. It's alright, I guess. In all capital. The letters the words read. The words were read out loud. Okay, that's a terrible fucking sentence. Terrible sentence. Terrible sentence. Dot, dot, dot. Really horrible sentence. Kili CL Arrow of the Storm. And then something like Destroyer of Shadows, or something along those lines. It could also be Bow of the Storm, but Vanquisher. Vanquish. Defeater, Conqueror. Conqueror would be pretty good. Overwhelmer, Subjugator. Queller. It's a bit weird to have called Kili and then it's Queller. Smash, overcome. Slayer, Smiter. I guess I kind of let's go with Conqueror of Shadows. Conqueror of shadows. I kind of like Subduer though as well. I really like it if it was bow actually, and then we could say here, may her arrows never miss. With that, we're going to have a break because it's 7:30 here, and I figured I could have something to eat, and then we'll be back, and we can go on for like over 3 hours straight. That sounds good, I think. So I'm gonna go in here, and then I'm gonna go. No, I'm actually not gonna go in there. I was just bringing up the studio. I'm gonna do this. And yeah, 9:45. Danger part 2. Have fun, guys. See you in 15 minutes. Most of the town council seem to be here. In addition to the chapter, Parthisax recognized the local leech's representative knight, the baker, the leader of the town militia, and the only merchant of Ashencross, who so often traveled to and from Cinderhold and even Havenbring with wares. Only the blacksmith seemed to be missing, but Parthisax remembered seeing him on the temple square, leading those going through the rubble. There is no need to assume that the devil himself is involved, the chapter continued in a futile effort to calm down the crowd. But it attacked the temple, someone countered. And it did it with sorcery. No one but the devil uses that. Him and those heretics he's in league with, another one yelled, this time a female. And what about those it killed? Many were our poor, beloved children. This statement seemed to set off the crowd even more. If it's not the devil, then it's the ill omen itself. A sudden shocked silence fell over the crowd. Everyone looked to an old farmer who, like Parthisax, initially had gone into town out of curiosity. I know it, you all know it, the farmer continued. The day of judgment is soon here. The ill omen will burn the lands to the ground and clear the soil from our feet to reveal Jehela, so we can all be tormented in the cursed city. Again, let's not be hasty, the poor Jabberta argued. Parthisax had no desire to be in his simple grey robes right now. I have my doubts that we are seeing the day of judgment upon us. We all saw this ill omen send fire into the air as high as the birds can fly, did we not? And it did not try to remove the temple and its square already and the ground under it. The Jabberta beheld the old farmer with a terrified look in his eyes as he couldn't deny the evidence put forth. You forget the water of the well that is now frozen and our brave boys so expertly in maneuver, the Jabberta finally said with a solemn yet triumphant poise. And the souls of our beloved that got sent to haven much too soon. Those deed do not bear the mark of the ill omen. He held the insides of his arms together and lowered his head to touch the clenched fists in a prayer of the 5 pillars, but didn't say anything. The old farmer seemed disgruntled over being challenged. Maybe the devil possessed it, someone suggested from the crowd. I've heard stories of the devil doing that. Well, possessed or not, no one can deny the evil, the old father grumbled. And evil can only be expelled by killing, so I say we need to kill it. The silence ignited once again, and the crowd erupted following the old farmer's raised pitchfork. It didn't matter whether or not this thing was the ill omen, in league with the devil, or just an evil to be exorcised. Jehela was always the destination for the damned. Boil it alive and burn it to make sure the evil is exorcised. Chop off its head and an arm so it matches what it did to our temple's pillars. Bury it alive. Cut off all of its limbs and slowly burn and bury them by each pillar to make sure that the evil is begging for forgiveness. There's no shortage of ways to dispose of this so-called devil, Parthisax thought. When it came to killing, humans always seemed to be masterfully creative. But he still didn't actually know what this thing was, or how it could have set off such a forceful explosion. It being the devil seemed highly unlikely. Parthisax attempted to get a little closer without making himself known. Stretching his neck a little more, he could see it. That which was so horrible, it caused a tight and rowdy gathering to form a perfect half-circle around it. That which was so powerful that it had laid waste to everything around the temple square, and much to the dragon's surprise, the devil that this bloodthirsty crowd was so keen on killing in the most colorful ways was a human child, and a small female one at that, or a little girl as the humans would call it. Right there, in front of the town council's long makeshift table, a very little pale girl was on her hands and knees, listening to the townspeople claim that she was the devil incarnate, and how she could best be killed. Her white hair shielded her face, but small pools of tears had gathered on the beaten earth floor beneath. It dawned on Parthisax that he was in fact witnessing a trial, a twisted sort at that, given how no one seemed to be on the side of the poor girl. Her only defense were streams of tears and a sobbing so low that no one could notice it in the loud tavern. Parthisax didn't like it one bit, though he didn't say anything. He was still curious about how such a small and young being could be capable of so much devastation. "Silence!" the leader of the town militia yelled with enough volume to bring the rowdiness to a halt, something the chapter had failed to do thus far. "It is without a doubt the girl that is the culprit of forbidden sorcery. She was the only one alive after the destruction, and she was found right at the center of the crater by the temple." "So kill it then," one of the townspeople responded. "Kill the devil witch." "But we will not be the ones to pass the judgment," the town militia's leader continued, ignoring the shout from the crowd. "In cases of witchcraft and sorcery, the Templars will have final say in execution." The crowd turned silent for a moment that surprisingly easy could be construed as if disappointment filled the room. The only thing heard was the irregular sobbing from the little white-haired girl. "Mama!" The silence was broken by a little girl herself, who suddenly turned around and reached for a woman. Looking at the woman's small stature, light brown linen clothing, greasy brown hair and dirty skin, Parthisax guessed her to be quite poor. The woman and the people around her let out an audible gasp as they all took a step back from the girl's stretched arm. Time froze, and one could practically feel how everyone braced himself for another disaster. You are The woman, whom the little girl had called mother, clearly had trouble handling all the attention. "That thing is not my daughter," she finally stammered, as she looked at the other townspeople with fear drowning her eyes colored as the sad clouds of autumn. And with them she avoided the hopeless gaze of the little girl, who so very clearly did not understand what was going on. Parthisax couldn't help but feel sorry for the little human. "Mama?" "Not even the devil's mother will take it. That should be proof enough. This is no child anymore, so why wait for the Templars?" a voice in the crammed crowd yelled. "Yeah, let's remove the head from its body and be done with it." It was time to chime in again, it seemed, and multiple loud voices agreed. The little girl was still on her knees and frantically looking around at the crowd, which was getting their unruliness back with her snow-white eyes. White eyes? Parthisax suddenly became more aware of the girl's features when the crying had stopped. Just like, could it be? His thoughts got interrupted as he lost his breath for a moment. He felt that tug on his soul again, stronger than ever this time, and somehow strangely nearer, even though it didn't make much sense and no one else seemed to notice. "If I may interject," said the local liege knight, without actually asking, but loud enough to gain the crowd's attention. "The Templars will have been on their way from Cinderhole ever since the explosion, which I am certain that no one in all of Equilisfell could have missed. And given the damage that has been caused to our temple, I'm not so sure they will take too kindly to us regardless." The tavern crowd suddenly looked around with nervousness painted on everyone's faces. "And what if this devil manages to escape before the Templars arrive?" the liege knight continued. "How do you think the Templars' righteous flame will look at us then?" It didn't come as a surprise to Parthisax that the local liege's knight would be the one encouraging the matter to be settled right away. If the rumors were true, he had seeked his own baptism of fire to become a Templar himself. Being able to show his conviction and ability to pass swift judgment would therefore serve him well. The hidden, or attempted hidden, scorch mark on his neck supported the gossip. The old woman caught the dragon's eyes as she was leaving the tavern. Parthisax was hit by guilt as she stopped in the frame of the door and gave him a look, to which he immediately turned his own towards the floor. He had never had such a feeling when dealing with humans and their affairs. This time was different, however, and Parthisax did not have to search long for the reason for his guilt. Was he, an outsider, really the only one who could see wrong in this farce taking place inside the tavern? Parthisax tried to lead his thoughts elsewhere in an attempt to escape what he knew had to be done. There seemed to be a strange, dark tinge in the old woman's stare, but on second thought, it was probably just a shadow from a hood, and the old woman had already disappeared into the night before he could examine her further. "The Templars' judgment will be swift and relentless," said the fat council merchant in his purple silken garments. He stared into nothing with terror in his voice. "They might even make an example of us and condemn us all to the broken pillars," the now pale-faced Chapiter continued, as if he and the merchant shared the same thought. A nervous chatter quickly spread throughout the gathering like wildfire during a dry summer. It didn't help that the Chapiter was now on his knees, arms and hands together, with his prayers running loudly through the tavern. "Havenum forunea colonitas." "Maybe we're lucky and the king sends paladins instead," the grey blue-eyed baker said with an unconvincing hope in his voice. "The paladin order would still pass judgment, even if their reputation isn't as fiery as the Templars. But their order doesn't deal with heretic sorcery or witchcraft in any case," the liege knight said in answer to the baker's fragile optimism. He waited a few seconds, as if in deep thought, before continuing. "No, our venerable council member and good Chapiter are both right. We cannot risk raining the Templars' wrath down upon ourselves. We must take care of this problem right here and right now." "I agree," the militia leader concurred after a few seconds of silence. It didn't take more than that. Between all the cheering, the quickly riled up crowd went back to yelling different and increasingly creative ways to execute the little girl. No one except Parthisax actually paid much attention to the little girl, who was lying on all fours again with her back to the crowd. This time, however, she wasn't crying. Instead, her entire body had started to shake uncontrollably, and the atmosphere in the tavern grew ever more intense, and not just from the violent townspeople. And there it was again, the feeling of one's soul being pulled on. This time the pull was so strong that it felt as if Parthisax's soul itself separated from his body, just for a moment. And this time he definitely wasn't the only one who felt it, as all the people gathered in the tavern had stopped their excited yelling, looking at each other with confusion. In that moment it finally dawned on Parthisax what was happening, or more exactly, what was about to happen. Without much thought for once, the dragon moved out of the shadows, ripping off his long fur cloak and throwing it to the ground behind him in a single motion. "There will be no killing this night," Parthisax shouted with a booming voice, enhanced by his mastery of the winds. "I guess I am interfering with the affairs of these humans after all," the dragon remarked to himself. As he moved forward through the stunned and completely silent crowd, all who were unable to take their eyes off of him, Parthisax made sure to stand up as straight as he could. He may have been old, even for dragon standards, but his scaly body was still muscular beneath the sleeveless and brown woolen tabard, open on either side and held tight by an ornamented belt with a pouch hanging off to the left. The belt itself made its way around Parthisax's waist through two scarred holes at the hip where his body and grey wings met. He was not as impressive in size as his Bume brothers and sisters, but he was still a dragon, and even a drake standing fully up was still towering the tallest of humans. Parthisax had certainly done a great job at drawing attention to himself, the attention he always tried so hard to avoid. But he was nonetheless so successful that even the little girl had stopped shaking. Instead, she watched nervously as Parthisax walked towards her and the crowd moving warily out of his way. The tense atmosphere had been lifted and was replaced by one of slight fear mixed with confusion. Oh, and he back. He's so back. He's so very, very back. I hope you enjoyed that little excerpt from my short story Danger. Let's bring in some music again. Why didn't that start? Did it start? There was just no music. Okay. Wonderful. Great. Amazing. Let me just get a couple more bites in. In my... Of my... I don't know. Pot. It's like pasta and rice and... beans and tobos and green. It's all very, very good. And very, very nice. All right. Yeah, I definitely want it to be bow and not arrow here. Bow of Storms. Lemon gave a curious whistle. No. As both he and Vespa got back up straight. Does that make sense? Got back up straight? I don't know. We're still writing it though. Got back up. Straight. I was supposed to say and Vespa. And how many words can I actually miss, even though I say them out loud? It's so weird. Makes sense? Question mark? I don't know. Guess I answered. As if pretending, not as if, but just pretending to know what Lemon said. I've never heard of her. Oh, sugar, I just realized that. Oh, fudge. I just realized that we're probably gonna have to write the first verse of the Eveningsun Prophecy, and I don't have that. I have an iteration that is probably, definitely not going to be the final one. I've completely forgot about that. Oh no. Oh no. Today is not gonna be a great day. Just I forgot. And it's a quite of an important one. Eveningsun Prophecy. It's kind of an like it's not really, how do you say it? It's not really like super important for super important for like the overarching it is actually important for the overarching story, but for this story in particular it's not so important, right? Oh well, we'll see once we get there. We might not get there today. And we've spent 3 hours almost and only... Ooh, we're so off pace. We're so off pace. Never heard of her. It looks like... It looks like a tomb. Remember what Afaya said? Afaya said... Catacombs were like a graveyard. Ah, like a graveyard. Bit, no, not a bit. Like a graveyard. But if this is a grave, this is a grave. Where's a pillar stone? Pillar stone. Showing which of the 5 pillars that she will be remembered for. Remembered. She must have been important. She must have been important. if someone decided to make a statue of her. Decided to make a statue of her. But why have I not forgotten? Have you not heard of her? Why are no one talking about her then? That looked like a U. It was an N. Vesper pointed the lantern towards the next. The one not beneath a pile of black stone and soil. Beneath the... And that was page 70. Yo! Page 70 is done. Let's go. I do kind of feel like I need to up my pace, because today seems like it's going rather slow. Beneath the pile. What's the next word? The pile. And that was like almost 3 hours, and it was only 2 pages today, right? Wasn't it? So we started down here, and then this down here. You can see we started down here, and then this was 1 page, and then this was 2 pages. Of deep black, deep black stone and soil. stone and ground. I don't know, maybe soil. This statue this statue was also of a woman. In armor. This woman, however, wasn't nearly as tall as the other. Wasn't nearly as tall as the other. In fact, her small size only took up half the length. What the hell was that? The length of the platform. In comparison to what Vespa thought must have been an elf. What Vespa thought must have been an elf. An elf. Whoops. I almost spilled the entire rest of my dinner out on my table. Whoopsie. That's what you get when you gotta go fast. But what this statue lacked lacked in height. I don't know, lacked seems a bit like a weird word to use. Weird. It seemed to make up for in sturdiness, in width, and sturdiness. What the hell was that? In fact, the more Vespa and Lemon, I guess Lemon doesn't really know brother 2 actually, so let's just, the more Vespa looked at her, the more she reminded at the statue, I guess. At the statue, the more she reminded her. Just didn't want to have two hers so close to each other. The more she reminded her of brother 2. She was still pretty though. Much more so than him. And younger too. By the looks of it. Yeah, I guess we're just describing statues now. I did think that I needed more description in my writing, so here it is. There was also just like the other one, Her hands rested on a chest. Her hands rested on her chest. Ready to hold something that wasn't there. Ready. Oh, this is going to be. It's going to be a tiny sentence. Ready to hold something that wasn't there. What is this? A book for ants? I'm proud of that joke. That reference. Tiny writing. Book for ants? There was also carvings. Into the platform. Into the platform by her right leg. Exactly as the other one. The other. Once again, Vesper read it out loud. Read it out loud. With not much more than a whisper. With not much more than a whisper. How did I feel like I made my own font, my own writing almost half the size for some reason. Anyway, this one reads Xiing Hun, right? Xiing Hun. And then we of course had Tristan. And the last two, man, look at all the pages we've written. Oh yeah. And the last two, of course, are gonna be Renaid and Asmodeus. Though Asmodeus' tomb has been destroyed in a cave-in. She in Xiing Hun. She had a spear, right? She clutched her ornamented spear. Well, she does now. I'm pretty sure she had a spear. spear. We could say spear of fire. I mean, I just saw. We could also say spear of the sun. The sun spear. Spear of burn. Fire. Spear of flame. Spear of burn. Spear of give the axe. Spear of inferno. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Discharge. Evoke. Evoke. Spear of ember. Embers is not really flames though. So let's just go with spear of flames for now. Spear of flames. Conqueror. I mean, it would also be kind of cool if they all had different, like Subjugator, Conqueror, Defeater of Shadows. You know what? I think that's a much cooler idea. Different but similar title. But right now I'm just gonna different title. Right now I'm just gonna call all of them Conqueror of Shadows. May her Shadow of Shadows. May her spear may her reach. That's kind of cool. May her fire always reach. May her fire always reach. So like the first one, she was a bow of storm. Like the bow have arrows, right? That's pretty like right there. This one has a spear. The spear doesn't have arrows, so instead of repeating spear, I actually like the idea of the reach. That's what the spear is there for, to give you reach, right? And then we can have Tristan, who'll be shield. May his block never break or something. May his defense never break. Don't know about her either. Vesper contemplated. She felt a tinge of sadness. A tinge of sadness. She felt a tinge of sadness. As she looked at the dwarven warrior. Should probably add something. That this is her connection. Brother 2 connection. No one she knew. Maybe everyone seemed. Everyone. Must have forgotten about her. Just like the elven lady. Does she know it's a warrior? Does Vespa know? I mean, they are in armor, so... Armor? So maybe she does, but... yeah. Okay, sorry, I just got a text that I need to answer. Yes. Oh, sugar, I forgot also carvings on the platform. Forgot to say it was Dwarven seal script letters. Dwarven seal script. And letters. Vespa looked at the remaining two tombs and decided to go for the one furthest away, and decided that she and Lemon would inspect the one furthest from them. The one furthest. Furthest from them. The closer one gave her the same eerie feeling as the graveyard. Eerie. Though much stronger now. Though much stronger. And let's go with, to mix it up, let's go with what the plaque, what the carvings say. Should they have last names? Last names. Tristan. Shield of the Shield of the Wave. Shield of the Wave. After. What the hell does that mean? Oh. Shield of the Surge. Kind of sounds cool. I kind of like this. Oh, Shield of the Tide. That's a good one. I kind of like this that you can press it and then you get an explanation and like example uses and all that. That's really nice. On one look, Thesaurus. Shield of the Tide. Vesper read out loud from the platform carvings. These which only stood in the letters she knew. These words. I kind of want this to be like, it's not really these words, it's because she doesn't know that the seal script is a script for letters, that dwarven seal script, right? Or the elven hieroglyphs that I've now decided is the alphabet of the elves. May his block never break. I think that's actually pretty good. So let's see if the thesaurus have some others. Shield, buckler, aegis. That's just another name for shield. May his protect never break. Flank line. May his defense never break is also another one. Barrier. I'm gonna say block. I kinda like block. May his block. Maybe not break. Deluge is kind of a cool word, isn't it? Oops. Yes, I meant deluge. Flood out. Delulu. No. Kind of like overflow. Spill over, overrun. You know, screw it. I'm just gonna say me block never. Deluge. Like the words on the platform. On the small platform. Platform set. This was a statue of a man. A tomb with a statue of a man with a statue of a man. And just as the two others, he too was carved in armor, Two was carved in armor. Unlike the other statue, the other statue is though unlike the other statues, though, his hands were not both resting on his chest. Instead, only one was. The left a little to the side and down the chest. The left resting. The left hand the left hand the left hand and arm resting down his side and on his stomach, and and on the stomach. Both of Tristan's hands. Tristan's hands, though, also seem to be missing something they were holding. Missing something that they were holding. Oh, we forgot the Conqueror of Shadows. Conqueror of Shadows. Whoopsie. So now she is going to see Rhaenyra's tomb, which is of course the most important one. Yes. Then there was only the last tomb left. The last tomb left. Vesper really didn't want to go over there. But at the same time, she also felt compelled She also felt compelled. See, that would make most sense that she was felt compelled if she was still wearing her necklace, but she's not. But I don't know when else she can lose it. That's probably my biggest problem. Unless it's not a necklace, of course. It could be a brooch, then that would be much more losable. But if it is, then at this point, someone, like, she should keep hearing the voice saying down. Pearls of sweat began to form. On Vespa's head in the damn cold. With winds howling above her, with winds still continually howling above her, continually howling above her. And water running below, water running below. I guess it's time to summon Vespa of the Vigorous Oath. There wasn't much else to see. There wasn't much else to see down here. So Vespa, took a deep breath, took a deep breath. Come, lemon of the golden wing. She announced. lantern held high. And her taking her ladle. Which of course needs to be mentioned earlier, taking her ladle. From her belt into her hand. Her rope belt into her hand. So I don't actually think mention earlier. That's not what I think. But it's also what I think. But I don't actually think she should have a rope belt. Like it doesn't make a whole lot of sense that she would be so poor. Too poor? If this is a knightly order, right? So it should probably just be like a normal leather belt or something. This one must be the home of the white, the home of the dreadful white. Vesper of the vigorous oath, said with much determination. Determination. And started to walk without poise. No. What does poise mean? Oh, okay. But that's not confident. No, that's the opposite of confidence. Without hesitation. Vesper's narration. Vesper's narration. Vesper's own narration. Own narration. Finally. Made her move her feet, made her move her feet Lemon gave a gentle whistle. A low whistle. Let's go with low. I gave a low whistle. Good news. This has been. We're catching up to the pace, but we're still far behind. Gave a low whistle as to agree. As to... It's not agree. Concur. Approve could also be. Endorse, validate as approval. From Vespers. Shoulder. Whoops. Damn it, it had to happen. It had to happen. God dang it. We're quite close though to page 71. So that's good. It's always good. The last tomb. The one and the one that hadn't been buried at least. Was different. Different from the rest. Not just because just be a QS. I was just about to write be a QS. Not just because of Vesper's eerie feeling. Eerie. As she approached, feeling growing more dominant. As she approached, it was also physically different. But the platform had black crystals. Honestly, this music here is pretty spot on the atmosphere I'm trying to create. Black crystals on it. That was page 71. Alright. I can definitely tell. I think I can definitely tell that we won't reach the day 16 marker today. This is 2.5 pages away from where we are now. And yeah, I kind of don't want to force it. So, I mean, we're most likely going to hit the 4-day marker, 4 days ahead marker tomorrow then instead. So it's not really a big deal. It's just like, I don't know. It just feels nice to hit your goals, right? But we did hit 25,003 words already today. Oh yeah. Oh heck yeah. Actually, putting the lantern, putting the lantern closer, it looked as if the crystals grew out from the tomb. Oops, dot. And they were so black. They were so black. That there hardly was any shine to them. Was any shine to them? Making the crystals almost look like rocks. But rocks also weren't this smooth and ragged. This smooth and maybe this should be the time where she realizes that her necklace is gone. Actually not a bad time. They looked as if they were carved gemstones. Messy cut gemstones. In fact, we've written in fact a lot. In fact. As a matter of fact, more or less catch up with and with jagged edges. I'm not sure about this description. Not sure. Also, I just realized that we are sneaking closer to this one being done. The ink cartridge should be in about 3, maybe 4 or 5 pages. What the hell is that? Just found something down here, down the spine. Let's go with as a matter of fact. He looked like growing cut gemstones. Messy and lots of them. In a single messy and lots of them in a single mass, in a single stone, a single mass. It's the wrong one for mass. Bulky. Lots of them in a single bulky gemstone. Okay, this is a terrible sentence. I don't like it. Terrible sentence. Whisper got in close. With the black crystals. Her lantern still didn't provide any shine to them. Lantern. Oh yeah, I forgot about it. Still didn't provide any. Still didn't provide any. Shine to them. She tried prodding. Prodding them. With her ladle. But nothing happened. That wasn't to be expected. Nothing happened that wasn't to be expected. That wasn't to be expected. Semicolon, of course. Man, I really... maybe it's just like the chapter that's so different than the others, because we're sort of going into the realm of, how would you say it? Like, this is where things really ramp up, right? This is where stuff is really important. This meeting the mentor part here and the catacombs and all that, they're like really important to the overarching story. So I know this is NaNoWriMo and I just have to write stuff down, but you know, I still want it to make sense and to be good and something that I at least can keep working on afterwards without having to change too much, right? Too much fundamental stuff. So this passage here, this chapter is just really, really important. And there's not a lot of dialogue, so it's a lot of descriptions. And that just doesn't... that isn't as... how would you say? That isn't as fast to write, I feel like. I feel like dialogue is just swiftly through it. There's a little bit with Vesper and Lemon though, but of course Lemon doesn't talk yet. What does he? I'm just trying to figure out the sound they would make when you have a little ladle that you sort of hit on some gemstones. Let's go with bonk. It was the same low bonks. low bonks. The same low bonks. That came when when the wooden smooth wooden ladle hit the crystals as if she would have hit any other stone surface, has hit any other stone surface. Any other stone surface. Mm-hmm. Putting the ladle back into her belt. Vespa instead tried touching it. Touching the crystal. Very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. Very, very slowly. But again, nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. About the strange crystal. About the strange crystals. And yet, her finger began. Weird sensation. Weird sensation. Didn't feel pleasant. It didn't feel pleasant. Even though it didn't hurt either. Even though it didn't hurt either. It didn't hurt either. Or did it? For a moment, Vesper thought it felt like 1,000 little. Vesper thought the smooth surface. That the smooth surface felt like 1,000 tiny mouths. Biting her. Mouth. H in mouth. Mouths. Tiny mouths biting her. Before she took it away, she took her finger away. Lemon had crawled his way, had climbed his way, crawled his way, climbed his way. His way from his shoulder, from her shoulder, from Vesper's shoulder, from Vesper's shoulder. And down to her hand. As she pulled her finger away from the crystals, she pulled her fingies from the crystals, from the black crystals. Lemon made his way to it. Out on it. Out on it. Out on it and what? And grabbed it tightly with both his claws. Grabbed it tightly. With both of his light pink claws. Light pink claws. Then, as he had done so many times before, as he usually did, on top of her head. That's with a big T. Then, as he usually did, did while grabbing her hair. While hair he leaned out for his full length. Can you say that? For his full length. Down. Down towards his own crystal inspection. His own crystal inspection. Not having fingers though. Not having fingers though. Lemon used his tongue, which is the way that birds inspect stuff. Like they actually use their tongue. It looks so funny. Feels weird. given that lemon didn't have hands or fingers, I don't actually know if this paragraph should be split up like here, where the lemon gets his own paragraph, her own paragraph. His inspection, and this, of course, we have the inspection here and inspection here. Could we change one of them up in post? Fix it in post. His inspection was done by tongue. If it wasn't in such a strange place, strange and dark place, can we say that? Yeah. If it hadn't been in such a strange and dark place, Vespa would probably have laughed. Probably have laughed. At the comical scene of an outstretched and leaning bird. And leaning yellow bird. Swiftly tasting the black crystals with a tongue that swiftly went up and down. With a little tongue. What budgie tongues? Budgeriga tongue. Yeah, it's bluish. Blue reddish. Bluish pink. With a little bluish pink tongue. going rapidly up and down. Up and up and down. It quickly seemed like Lemon had the exact same. Lemon had the exact same experience as Vesper's finger, though. Given how fast he withdrew himself. How fast he withdrew himself. And began his climb back up. To her shoulder. Climb back up to her shoulder. Under plenty of angry protests, plenty of angry protests. So I need to find out how else you would how else one would describe budgies, like when they're angry. They have this distinct, it's not a screech, but yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to describe it. They even continued as he found her shoulder again. Found? Is that the word that we're looking for? Nobody knows, as he found her shoulder again. Biting her ear, her pointed ear slightly pointed. Little. Oh, okay. Vesper said when she realized what he wanted, Vesper said, when she realized what he wanted. We're close to the end of page 72 though, so that's good. We like that. And that's going to be 4 pages done, and we're almost back on pace. So that's good, that's nice. She offered him her hand again. As a lift to the top of her head, to the top of her head, which he gladly accepted. You still have wings. You have wings, you know. You have wings. You know. If you would only use them to fly, if you would only use them to fly. Dot dot dot. So dramatic, dramatic dot dot dot. Clement's response was another angry one. Clement's response was one of another protest. Screech and protests. And a little bit of biting his scalp. Actually, this should be a paragraph. Fine, I get it. Vesper said and lowered her head. Lowered her head and shoulders. Not the shampoo. And lowered her head and shoulders as if it would somehow, help her avoid the little ball of feathers attack. The little ball of feathers. Feathers attack. I don't know if attack is a good word. It seems a little bit too aggressive. It's more like a playful warning biting, not a full-on jump. Okay. Little ball of feathers is attacks. Putting a focus back at the thingy. Something like that. I lost my train of thought again. We'll just say Vespa looked back to the black crystals growing out of and on the tomb. Black crystals. Growing out of and on. Oh my fucking god. And on. There was something strangely familiar about them. Familiar about them. She thought. And then in a sudden shock and realization, and realization, which instantly painted. Hey, will you look at that, page 72? That means we're going to page 73, which I don't know. We have 1.5 page left until the day 16 marker, but I really don't think we're gonna do much more than this page. This page 73. What did we end with? Which instantly painted itself. Instantly painted. Oh, this page needs to go below. Instantly painted itself on Vespa's face and in her copper eyes. On Vespa's face and in her copper eyes. Large copper eyes. While also almost knocking lemon off her head. Knocking lemon off the top of her head, of the top of her head. To more protests. She remembered. She remembered. What the crystals reminded her of. Crystals reminded her of. Her new necklace that Afea gave to her. When she came home from her last mission, she came home from her last mission. And I don't remember what that was. So it was, I mean, I wrote it somewhere in chapter 1. I'm sure of that. But chapter 1 was 12 days ago. Almost. 11 days ago. I think it was like at the end. Yes, here. The necklace that I found in Riverford, isn't it beautiful? Small silver chain and belt pouch and held up to Vesper. Hanging from it was a simple flower petal, also in silver, with a captivating black gemstone in the middle. That gemstone should probably... should actually probably comment on that. Black gemstone. No light reflection. Chapter 7. All right. Okay. Vesper almost hit herself on the chest. Hit herself on the chest. As she realized it was gone. Realizing that it wasn't around her neck anymore. Around her neck anymore. I don't know. Maybe it is a good place to make her realize something like this. I mean, we're in chapter 7. So we're not too far into the story, but we're also not It's also not like in the beginning, and she is quite discreet. Not discreet. How the hell do we say that? Straight. Absent-minded. Wow, that was not at all what I said. She is pretty absent-minded, right? So it would sort of make sense for her to only realize it now, I feel like. When did she lose it? When was the last time she had it? All good questions. Vesper tried to think back. She was pretty sure. That she had it. When Aphea used the blessed water to heal Veta. What the fudge was that? Water to heal Lemon. Didn't she? Back in the room. Back in their room. Everyone can see that this back in the room there. It's definitely not too small. What are you talking about? Now. Didn't she? No, actually. She never checked. But she must have had it on. She must have had it on. she followed Sire Brendan into the catacombs. Since that was the day, that was the day Afaya gave it to her. Gifted it to her. And she must have had it when she fell. Down here in the first place. Down here in the first place. So that must mean that and that. That and that. So that must mean that she dropped it as she dropped it as she fell down here. As she landed in the catacombs somehow. In the catacombs. Oops, combs somehow. Which in turn, not in term, in turn had to mean that it was still down here. Since her older sister didn't find it when her older sister didn't find and give it back, didn't find it and gave it back to her. That's a long ass paragraph. I feel like the beat back and forth beat. Oh no, what's going on? Oh no. But I guess it sort of makes sense. Oh, lemon, this isn't good. Dot, dot, dot. Isn't good, Vespa. Sit. And looked around the room. She could hardly contain her guilt. Yeah, let's go with that. She could hardly contain her guilt. Losing such a beautiful gift. A beautiful gift from a fire. So she decided to go look for it. Decided to go and look for it. Forgetting all about the strange growing back black crystals, the strange growing black crystals, and the remaining tomb. I think growing should be like over there on which they grew. Oh no, I still have water in my ear. No! How can it still be? It's been 24 hours. Oh, god damn it. The rain remaining. At least for the moment. Nothing. Vespa's heart. Had sunk down into her tummy. I don't know if it should be stomach, but you know, when we write tummy, it does, because it is a point of view of Vespa, so she's a little girl, so that does more imply that, you know, she is young, she is 12, to say tummy instead of stomach. But I'm not quite sure about it. I know George R. R. Martin does it in his Game of Thrones books, A Song of Ice and Fire, when Sansa and Arya have things with their stomach. But yeah, I'm not totally sold on it, on doing it myself. They had searched everywhere. Searched everywhere down in the catacombs. Around all the other tombs, underneath. Stop adding E's to stuff. Underneath. Underneath the tables and shelves by the wall. And shelves by the walls. And By the broken staircase. By the broken staircase. The broken end of the staircase. It was difficult. I was difficult. I was not difficult. It was. It was difficult. With only the light from her lantern. In the pitch darkness, in the pitch they had managed to find Manage. Managed to find the unlit torch, the unlit torch. That had extinguished itself. Extinguished. Word. I mean, I like extinguished, but it just feels a bit more like. Is there an unlit? Use that here, but that's not the context. Itself when she fell down, when she had fallen down now, fallen down there. Vespa and Lemon had decided not to light it though. Decided not to light it though. Instead bringing it to their supply satchel. That they had left by the crystal growing tomb, by the growing tomb. In the far end in the far end of the catacombs. They did manage to find, they did manage. Another much smaller room. Much smaller room. Environed the catacombs away from the broken stairs and her rope. Away from the broken stairs and her rope. Find another much smaller room. But that room also just had tables and shelves. Had shelves and tables. This table much larger. This table much and of stone. Blackened stone. Look at how close we are to finishing page 73. And honestly, looking at the time, we've been going for 5.5 hours. I didn't think it would be possible, but these last two or three pages have gone pretty fast, to be honest. So I think I might go for the 4 days ahead. After all, even though I said I wouldn't. That's crazy, yo. But still, we have to finish this. Also, I kind of want to get to read Renaive. Once again, I have been rambling on for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pages here in this chapter, and we still haven't actually met the mentor, which is, you know, what we're supposed to be doing. Oh! There's just so much else that needs to be told. Slightly slanted and with chiseled lines around the edges, chiseled feel like it's not line. Word. Going from the middle. And out to the sides, to the sides, and out to the sides. What is like the mouth of a pitcher? Spout? Or a nozzle? Maybe nozzle actually. Down towards a nozzle. In one end. But no side of the silver petal necklace. The silver necklace. The silver necklace. With the black gemmed petal. And then I feel like we can, now that it's mentioned, we can sort of forget about the necklace again. Maybe she comes clean to a fire, but then I want in like the very end, like the epilogue or something, I think I want the shadowy figure that we saw earlier to be standing at the tomb here with the necklace in his hand and just the same voice saying like down, and then the book ends. That could be pretty cool. I feel like that would very much work towards the next book in the series. Black gem petal. A fire is gonna kill me. Not a fire, Vesper muttered. Lemon gave her a comforting whistle, gave her a comforting. But it didn't help much. It didn't help much on her mood. She was so sad. Can we say that? She was so sad that she didn't even think about the dampness, the cold air, the howling winds, the running stream below her feet. Right. Vesper was feeling so down. That she had forgotten she had forgotten all about the eerie feeling that she had. The cold, damp air. The darkness and the howling wind. The low howling wind or running stream. Running stream. Below as they got back to the crystal covered tomb. Not covered, but let's go with crystal growing tomb. Crystal growing. I mean, I guess maybe she didn't forgot. Maybe she just didn't think about it. Didn't think about it. She put the lantern down. And search his satchel for something to eat. Taking out a bun. One of Sister Miriam's delicious buns. Sister Miriam's. Buns. That she had just baked this morning. That same morning. As well as some seeds that she offered to Lemon with her palm. That was page 73, guys. Okay. We're actually doing, for some reason, very, very well. Despite the... I mean, we've been outpacing ourselves by quite a lot these past 2 or 3 pages. So that's wild. I honestly don't know where that came from. But we're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for day 16 right there. The day 16 marker right there. I did actually think I would have stopped the live stream, but it's going so well now, and I'm not sure tomorrow. Well, we're probably still going to do at least 5 hours, but how much we will do tomorrow. Friday as well is going to be different. That's going to be like a morning stream because I have to travel. I have to go away for the weekend, away from my apartment. So, and that's in the afternoon of Friday. So I really want to get that in, get the daily writing in before I leave. That way I can also keep up the live stream and not have 3 days in a row without a live stream. So that's kind of nice, I think. Yes. Once Lemon was done munching on the seeds, the seeds and grains. Did we just say grain here? I always said seeds. Only leaving. Is it called a seed shell? Or is it like a seed shell? What is a sunflower seed? Botanical casing. There's no botanical tester. Seed coat. Those are about seed, the tough outer casing. Let's go with casing. Leaving only casings. Or are we going to say shells? Let's comment it. Shell. In Vespa's hand as a little gift. In Vespa's hand as a little useless gift. Vespa just absent-mindedly. Now we're actually absent-mindedly. Is that a one word? Is now mindedly. Now we're actually using absent-mindedly. Dropped them on the ground. Dropped them on the ground. While she blindly, can we say blindly stared without looking. Blindly stared at the tomb and its black gems. Though she wasn't actually looking. Though she wasn't actually looking at it. She wasn't actually at any of them. While taking a bite, taking a bite of the button of the bun. That is until something caught her eye and attention. That is until something caught her eyes and attention. She had been so absorbed by the black crystals which had grown their way even up the feet of the statue, up the feet of the tomb statue. Feet of the tomb statue. That she didn't see the weapon. This one was holding. With both its hands, that rested, which rested on the chest. This was new. Actually, that's wrong. Resting is better. It looked to be a giant warhammer. It looked to be a large warhammer. But not the one-handed ones. But not the single-handed. ones that the paladins love so dearly. I said that about weapons. Phrase. No, this one looked to be intended. This one looked heavy. Heavy. And intended for use with both hands. Much like the statue suggested. By grabbing, holding. The way it did, the way it did. I need to see Totara tree trunk. It's almost red. The long handle. Is it called a handle? Warhammer shaft, I guess. Oh, you couldn't see that. It says shaft, hardwood shaft. Oh no. I'm in innuendo country again. God fucking damn the long shaft of the Warhammer was twisted. And gnarled. Like an almost straight branch. Almost straight branch. But polished. Oh my god. I did it again. Well, we're going back. Sleeping. That's not the word I'm looking for. Then. What do you do with wood where you like hold it? But planed? Interesting. But planed and polished. Without bark. It looked slender and yet somehow sturdy. Slender and somehow still strong and sturdy. Come on, sturdy. This bear had never seen hardwood. Had never seen a hardwood shaft. Warhammer shaft. Oh, we are so close, guys. We're so close to 16th day marker. It's like 2 more lines and then we're there. And we still haven't touched upon Reina yet. A little bit of Danish there. So that's interesting. It seems like my chapters just keep getting longer for some reason. It's just like my my short stories. With such a beautiful reddish color. But something was also weird, was also strange about the head of the hammer. Not also, just strange. Head of the large warhammer. Oh, we even have to move this now out of the way. While much larger. In comparison with its hardwood shaft. Then the single-handed hammers that the paladin sported. It was also not of the same material. Instead of the hammerhead being steel or iron, or even iron, even just iron. This one was made oh. This one was made oh yeah. This one was indeed made yoink of something that we will continue with tomorrow, because guys and gals, writers and non-writers alike, we've done it. We are 4 days ahead after day 12. Oh yes, it's great. What a great great feeling, because as long as I keep up with 4.6/5, definitely 5 pages every day, we're going to make it. We're going to make it by the 28th of November, because I have to go away the very last weekend, of course. But isn't that amazing? And with as amazing as that sounds, let's have a little bit of a count then. So we did actually start over on page 67, I believe, but if you were here in the beginning of the live stream, we changed a little bit when we found out. No, actually we didn't. No, we started here. We started on 68, but we changed this to our 25k word marker that I put for this day. So we were actually there, and from there we will begin our count. So it is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 pages, and let's have our master sort of counting out. Yoink. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, and 24. So that was 4 pages and 24. 4 pages and 24 lines. I don't know what you said, but Thomas, I can hear you already. But Thomas, that isn't 5 pages. No, it isn't. But like I said, I counted 1 page and 1 line from where I began today, because that made us hit 25,003 words. And so I updated our little tracker here. I updated that during the stream. So let's have another count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. What? Yeah. Okay. Let's go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then it was 24, right? 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, and that makes sense. 4 pages and 24. There, and then go here. And then we go into our word count, where you can see we already have registered 374. So we're going to add this. And we're going to say plus. And we're actually going to go here. Yoink. And then we're going to say plus this, but this time it's 4 and 24. And bam! Not quite as much as yesterday, but still 2,000 words done. It makes sense. That is 5.5 pages that we did today. And that one already updated to 26,000 and 26,686 for day 12. All right, let's do this, shall we? So I go here, we go in here. We say day 12 progress, not so far, but actual progress. Oh. And then we're going to hide you and you, re-show you, and 26,686. Bam. And isn't that glorious? Isn't that just glorious? So we go into the progress bar, we remove jewel, we say, hello, progress bar, you need to move. You need to move to 500 and that one, 46 pixels down. And our jewel that is spinning needs to move to... Oh, that needs to move a lot as well. Well, they should both need to move the same amount. And there we have it. That is indeed what it looks like, guys. That is what it looks like to be 4 days ahead of schedule. Oh yeah, isn't that just glorious? So we hit 2 beautiful markers today. We hit marker number 16, day 16. We are 4 days ahead of schedule. And I don't know, I kind of want to say more importantly, because it's such a great milestone, we are above, we're above 50% done with our 50,000 words. Isn't that just wild, guys? Isn't that just wild? Seriously. Alright, that was it from me for tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it, and if you did, please do remember to like this live stream or this VOD if you're watching it afterwards. And maybe subscribe to me if you haven't already. That would mean a lot to me. And if you want to follow along my fantasy writing, not just for NaNoWriMo, but also afterwards. I do intend to keep going, especially with this one. And not much else to say, then yeah. Remember that we write our own stories, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye!